hurry. It won't be long before the region is flooded again.
He knows what he's doing. Besides, if things get hairy, I can transmat down myself. Pretty sure my golden gun still fires.
dent my helmet. This tree did not give it.
I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place, but I'm still happy to chat.
Comms are 5 by 5. You've got eyes, but nobody on deck. You're on your own.
At home with Osiris. Vex this and nine that. Too much warlock talk for a titan.
She spends all her time with the Ghost Community Theater. They're mounting a new production, some big secret. I can't wait to see it.
I saw Oryx the Nightmare Daddy. Disappointing production value.
I take it you've been sitting in on the Vanguard briefings on the anomaly?
And if not in meetings, at home with Osiris. Vex this and Nine that. Too much warlock talk for a Titan.
missions.
I agree, but the Traveler isn't making any more of us ghosts, and a lot of those without guardians went to the Hive. But long odds are normal for us. Nothing we can't handle. Right, Guardian?
down. We're go for your run. Remember, Guardian. Get too heavy to escape word. We'll keep that orbit.
by someone else. We have enough guardians to clear these zones, but not enough to hold them.
That's where the forces of the city come in. Eventually, they'll be able to push out and hold these areas.
Just like Devrim's been doing in Trostland. up for. If people like the Guardian don't step up, those fires burn the whole system down. still need technological advancements to stand up to the Vex. Watching you work out there today convinced me that you're the best person to test their new generation of materiel. Keep an eye out for their invitation, and we'll make sure you get the newest gear first.
grandfather's rather hard to overlook, isn't he? What with that giant robotic head and all. But always remember, he's not the only family you have.
But the Traveler isn't making any more of us ghosts, and a lot of those without guardians went to the Hive. But long odds are normal for us. Nothing we can't handle. Right, Guardian? Guardians are never really alone. They've always got their ghosts. I'm sure Jinju would agree.
I haven't seen much of her lately. She spends all her time with the Ghost Community Theater. They're mounting a new production, some big secret. I can't wait to see it.
I saw Oryx the Nightmare Daddy. Disappointing production value.
This is going to be your last day to farm Solstice Tier 5 armor, so let me keep this short and sweet and get to the point with the video, etc. The best farm for Solstice gear, at least on a solo basis, is Solo Ops, and the featured Solo Ops Lost Sector is Creation. This is the most relaxed farm in the game. The reason being is because Creation does not suffer from different ad spawns. The objectives are bugged in Creation. There's only one objective, and that's combatants defeated. So you don't need to run around for extra objectives. It's a very relaxed farm. You can do this in 4.5 minutes. Some people do it 3.5 minutes, etc, etc. It's a very good farm. It's the final day, so yeah. My card. Let's get this right. So I'm running A grade cards. Now it's a B plus card, but it's not a B plus card. It's an A grade card, because I know that I'm going to beat this score threshold. How do I know that? Well, I know that because of how the card's set up. If you look at this here, 3.5 bars. As long as I've got 3.5 bars, I will get A grade scoring. Now it could be B plus and I would still get the Solstice drop. But I'm aware there's OCD going around with the B plus and the A grade card in. Look, just run a high-end B plus card, right? What's the mods I had on today? Well, I am in the 440, so I need a high card. I'm running a 450 card in actual fact. The red mods are Difficult Void Threat, Hot Step, Air Superiority, and Vex Shocker. Just to get the card up, because all these mods don't really matter too much. And they don't impact the farm in any slight way at all. Let's say we run a famine mod, right? Well, that's a hindrance to the run, match game. A hindrance to the run, blasts. A hindrance to the run. Do you get the theme what I'm going with here? Pick mods that are easy for you. Difficult Void Threat's fine. We can spec for that. Solar Hunger is on, and Arc Hunger. So if you want to run a Solar or an Arc Hunger build, you can absolutely do that, right? I just didn't use that in this, but you've seen me use this countless times over the Portal's history, right? And I ran no green buffs. I got Fired Up on and Radiant Joy. Fired Up gives you infinite heavy ammo. No matter what heavy you're using, you'll get infinite heavy ammo. Alright? That's the card setup. I've kept it brief. Yes. Those are the things. Brief. Yes. Fired Up gives you infinite heavy ammo. No matter what heavy you're using, you'll get infinite heavy ammo. Alright? That's the card setup. I've kept it brief. Yes. Those are the things. One last thing. People who are 400 power, you need to crank your card up. My card won't match yours. The advice for 400 power Guardians, those are the ones that suffer. Make sure your combatant power is at least 420 and put on a no starting ammo mod and just crank that card up a little bit. Creation is very relaxed. You can solo this 30 levels under no problem. You could make a 430 card, and if you're 400 power, this is no problem. It's not like a GM. Remember, the power level and curve has changed. They have reworked it. The old minus 25, the old minus 30 from last season is gone. That has now doubled. It's different. The old GMs start at minus 50. That's where the old GM's level starts, where you feel it. So don't worry about being 30 levels under. The ads are not that much of a problem, 30 levels under. That only applies to 400 power Guardians. For the rest of us, we're alright, aren't we? We're getting a buy. Alright, so my farm build, let's run through this quickly. Silk Strike, Marksman's Dodge, Freddied Spike, Grapple, Freddied Spectre, Ascension, Fragments of Facet of Ruin, Protection, Hope, Dawn, Purpose, pairing that with Gifted Conviction, just because I've got a build for it at the minute. Double Void Resist on the chest plate, there'll be a dim link anyways. Weapons, Retrograde is S plus for Creation. Any solar primary that you want to enjoy. Any solar primary that you want to enjoy. Yeah, that's it. Oh, and the illegal slammer. Yep, I've whipped out the illegal slammer just because, well, I've just whipped it out. I'm 450s, so I'm allowed to do this. But I recommend for everybody else, you don't use slammer, you use this. I mean, let's just have a look at this, right? Obviously, there's myths and everything. I've covered that. But let's just look at this card. 8985. Here we go. Here we go. Boom. Slammer. Let's have a look. 966. 20k difference. But obviously there's that myth regarding prime engram drops. I've already told you my information about that. But if your only goal Solstice, old gear will not affect the Solstice farm. So you're alright. I'm telling you today, you're alright to whip slammer if your only goal is Solstice gear, which I would say that it probably is your only goal. If that's your only goal, whip on the slammer and you're alright. If you're farming primes, well then, I would say run an Edge of Fate weapon. And Solar LMG does well in this, right? Just because it's infinite ammo. What else is there to cover? Here's my artifact mods. I do want to keep this brief because this video needs to go out right. I can't talk too much or too long about it. Finally, why you want tier 5 lustrous Solstice armor is because it's very powerful. Yeah, rapid solar final blows heal you. This doesn't just apply to solar builds. This is any solar final blows. You could take advantage of this on any build at all, even prismatic builds. Providing you've got a solar weapon on, this is going to proc. The lustrous armor is very powerful, and in actual fact, I actually think it's superior to Bushido ammo. Maybe that's a topic for another video, but I do think the lustrous armor is any creation at all. It's combatants defeated every single time you do this. You don't need to think about objective. The Vex goblins come to you. You just need to cap this sync plate and then be done. Oh, we're doing some ghost technologies. Yeah, it doesn't work. I'm just trolling you. I'm just pulling your leg. It doesn't work. Look at the strat. Get heal clip, then pull out your ghost. No, but seriously though, you just want to keep killing these goblins for special ammo. You will launch with 9 ammo. Now there might be a special brick up top. Like as in a extra crate, and there is. There's a green crate. I'm not going to pick it up, just in case you don't get it. I just need to establish with you, you need to farm 1 special brick at the start of this, or you should, to allow for enough ammo for the boss and the diamonds. Because there's 11 diamonds, and you launch with 9 ammo, so you want more than 11. And you want a little damage at the start of your damage against the final boss. That's your only goal right now, is brick. When you get to 80 to 90% progress, pop an ascension. Pop an ascension, run around on the plate, get your speed booster and get ready. Because we're like a raging bull wanting to get off this plate immediately. Bungie, why'd you make us cap plates like this? Look, I'm a raging bull wanting to get off it. I've got my speed booster, I've got my stuff, I've got grapple on, ascension. We can, you know, kind of speed it up with this. I'm going to do eager edges. And, yep, we're going to do a little 360 under the laser there. A bit of James Bond stuff. And then just eager edge past the lasers. Keep going. Speed booster is still procced. Here we go with the ascension grapple trick. That's why I'm using it. I like it. Now I'm going to whip out retrograde the entire time. And we're just going to roam through this area and just destroy each diamond. The retrograde will one-shot each. So you just take your route. Either diamonds on screen. Devise your own route. It doesn't really matter. Maybe have an ascension halfway through to stop the snipers from attacking you because you're amplified and they're less likely to hit you, so you don't die on this little bit. You don't want to be dying on this bit. It hurts your farms, alright? Especially if you want to farm this for hours. Dying on runs and stuff isn't ideal. Right, we still got speed booster. Look at that. Still got speed booster. So we can speed up this little bit here. We just want to eager edge over these fanatics' heads. Just keep going. Like I say, if I ran a machine gun, between this and Slammer, the time will be very similar. The only difference is if I slammer run, I can keep eager edging through corridors. That's the difference. Whereas if I have a machine gun on, I've got infinite machine gun ammo. So technically, the easier farm is to run with a machine gun on, although it's 20 seconds, 30 seconds slower. But I mean, over the course of an hour, you go toilet, you go and make a drink, you talk to your wife, your friends, your kids. You know, we can't just live. We're not machines, yeah? Just because one run's 4 minutes doesn't mean every run's going to be 4 minutes. Understand it? So I think it makes no odds if you do slammer runs or non-slammer runs. It really, in the end, because this is so easy, it really makes no difference. Honestly, it doesn't. Yeah, it's 30 seconds quicker. What can I tell you? Now we get right on the plate. Now it is RNG what champion you get. It's either barrier or overload. If it's barrier, well then you can use your retrograde. If it's overload, then obviously use SMG. But yeah, we've got our... Look at that damage already. Weak. Damn. Super weak. And now we're just capping the plate. We're basically done. Once that champ goes down, here we go. A bit of ghost technologies to speed up the cap plates. Nah, it's a myth. It doesn't exist, but... Just pulling your leg over it. But anyways, we're nearly done. Sync plate is capped. And we can use a super. That's what we just use. So any super you've got on, you can use any, to be honest. It wouldn't matter too much. I'm just using Silk Strike because I'm using Silk Strike. I could have used Golden Gun. Absolutely could have. But it doesn't matter either way. This will confirm I do get a tier 5 cloak, Solstice. So you will, and I get an A grade card. Because I ran a high B+. Look, you'll see the points. Watch that card go all the way from B to B+ to A. You'll see it. 449, whatever run. Yeah, the score goes right up. Look at that A grade. There you go. That was the Solar Solstice final farm. 24 hours left. Hope you enjoy. Thank you.
Alright. So we're gonna bring Liam straight. We're gonna bring him straight into this. This should be interesting. He's got a good loadout. He just got this weapon. Liam, can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Alright. We'll be fine. We'll make it. Let's jump right in.
Hey,
Hey, bud. Alright, you ready to go?
hey, Dad,
Oh, God, dog, is the sound settings messed up?
you here?
Oh, my God. All right, let's do it. You've acquired better gear, bud. You've got good weapons. You're still
Yes, I
rocking
do.
Graviton.
Iron Lord, is that Iron Man or something? Who's Iron Lord?
Yes, Tony is... Well, he is an Iron Lord. Not quite Iron Man, but... So, how are you liking being a Void Walker right now? Do you feel that there might be something else better out there that you would like to try?
No. Void Walker feels pretty cool. It feels pretty strong too.
Like another account, like another class. Like have you looked at the Titan class? You feeling like that might be pretty good?
Okay, you're saying this because you just don't like Warlocks. I know that.
What? I am completely unbiased here, bud. You play whatever you want to play. It's very important. You choose what you want to play as.
Okay, let's get this party started, huh? Oh, I got a supercharge when the boss comes.
You gonna nuke him? Do it. You can nuke those guys over there.
Where?
There's a bunch of enemies right here to our side over here. Whichever one you want, bud. Whichever one you want.
I have to save it for the special boss. That's it. The end. Is there gonna be a big boss in this one?
I can't remember, to be honest with you.
Oh crap.
Yeah, there's that guy. See him? He's a big yellow bar.
Yeah, I'm dead though.
It's all right. I got you.
Dang it. I didn't get him.
Oh, good. You can save it for the next big guy. Taking super to orbit like father, like son.
Okay. I just died right after using my supercharge.
That's all right. You got it off though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes it happens like that. You know, there is a class that you could play that won't die when you pop your super. You're pretty much the best class in the game.
He's trying to get rid of me so I don't be a warlock.
What? I'm just trying to help. That's all. I'm just trying to help right now.
I got this one. Let's go. I'm gonna fight.
Valiant effort, bud. No, that was a very strong enemy you just pushed, so.
Let's go. Get back in the fight, bro.
There we go. We got that guy. Let's get it, baby. Let's get it. There we go. Oh, no. We didn't get enough kills. Hold on, chat. Is that going to give us gold? Okay, it did give us gold. Perfect. Nice. You should have got some pretty good loot from that.
Yeah, I got some cool looking guns. Yeah.
All right, so
What in the?
when you hit, it says there's the thing that says view mission summary. You could see your results, and then you can commentate your friends. So if you thought, like if you were very thoughtful.
What did I get?
Oh, you cooked, brother. You cooked.
I got 8 kills. Really?
That's good. That's solid numbers, man. That's solid. You're going into like really hard content right now. We got you like in like way higher than your current level.
Okay, I'm doing pretty good.
You got some good. You put on your best stuff. Let me see it, buddy. What's your best stuff now? Oh my god. Okay. All right. So look at your armor.
Yeah.
You see how it says it says 2-piece and 4-piece. Those are gear sets. So pull up your boots or something. See where it says Bushido? It's Bushido boots, and it says 2-piece and 4-piece. All right. So you want to read those yourself whenever, but you want to lean into those gear sets. Those gear sets will make you stronger.
I'm all purple right now, man.
I love how everything that I just said right there. Yeah, I'm all purple, man.
I'm gonna go mess around for a minute.
Okay.
I'm going on the elevator.
Oh, so this is messing around. Okay.
Oh, hey.
When did you discover this elevator?
Yesterday. See you later. Bye. Have a nice day. Is chat seeing this right now?
What are you wanting to show them? That you can go up and down and... Oh, what do you want to show them? What else you got? Hold on. What else you got? I've seen that email. What else you got? All right.
I have...
That's good. All right. Hold on. I think... Let me see what I got. So, look, hold on. Now, interact with mine.
Hey now.
Hold on. Interact. There you go. There you go. I'm your father, Liam.
What other ones do you have?
There's this one. Are you ready? Hold on. Oh my lord. This is Destiny in a nutshell. All right.
I'm gonna go buy some emotes.
Whoa, hold up.
Whoa, what?
What you spending up there, young man? All right, buddy. We're going into a strike right now. This is one of the classics, if not the classic strike from Destiny 1.
I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. Look at my ship. It looks way cool. I'm back.
Oh my god, you wash your hands?
Yeah. You said for me to go quick, so I went quick. A deal's a deal, I went quick.
All right, I believe you.
Oh wow. This is I used to be playing back here, but this area looks a bit different than I've been playing on.
God, Chad.
This is so easy. There we go.
All right, buddy.
I'm flying across the world. Flying across the world. Go. I'm speeding it. I'm speeding. I'm speeding. I'm speeding.
Are you still on the Sparrow?
Yeah,
Brother.
it exploded.
Yep, it's pretty explosive. Honestly, I'm impressed you kept it for this long.
Oh, that's a bad boy. That's a bad boy. Explode. There we go.
Chat, we already put out a build battle on this one right here, but Loco went back to the drawing table. And anyways, long story short, we've cooked even harder with it. So it's even better than what was in the build battle. All right, so we got the big bad boss up here.
A big bad boss. That was easy.
Oh, he's still right there. Oh. I like the enthusiasm. Unfortunately, he had a shield around him, but no worries, no worries. Yeah, this is Grandmaster.
Next. I'm dead. Crap.
They're not gonna give me an A rank. How?
Mission complete.
Chet, hold on. Let me understand this right. Because we had an A rating on this. We have to, in order to get A rating in Fireteam Mobs, you have to kill literally everything. Because we killed every champion, chat.
And it still says I got 8 kills.
Good stuff, brother. Good stuff.
How'd that feel? Oh, I forgot. I added something where I can teleport short distance.
Oh, a blink. Okay, yeah.
You can't even hit me because I'm moving so quick.
Nice, nice. All right, buddy. I'm going to drop this ball on me. You're going to take that and you're going to put it into the spot it tells you to put it into. Did you pick it up?
Football.
There should be
Football.
a ball. See the little icon on your name or close to you right now? Okay, you see. Not. All right. So we're going to bring Liam straight. All right. So we're going to bring Liam straight down and
Ooh.
So see that thing on the inside? Okay, perfect. We have to shoot that to break the shields. Guys, this is episode 1 of the Front to Back podcast.
Incorrect.
Wait, what's
Are we
what,
seriously doing with that name? Is that the name we're going with?
what's the
I'm
Name?
episode 1 of the Front to Back podcast?
incorrect.
Wait, what's
Are we
what,
seriously doing with that name? Is that the name we're going with?
what's
I'm really glad that you read. You know, he's really in tune with what's happening right now.
did we decide we were gonna name something else? What are we gonna name it?
Yeah, Loot Cave.
What the?
Cave podcast.
It's kind of boring. I kind of prefer the front to back now.
Yeah,
I don't know.
dude.
Oh my gosh.
Luke
How am I
Cage.
ever supposed to explain to people that I'm on a podcast called Front to Back?
Well, they don't. They
just-
won't
I
know.
mean,
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're gonna ask. What do I say? Do I? Yeah, it's.
You just say,
we like to
"Wait."
be thorough about the stuff we front to back. We read the paper.
Yes.
You just say
do.
like,
Easy.
yeah, you get all the details in between. You cover
Efficient.
subject front to back. You know,
Yes.
Right?
not
there you
beginning
go.
to end, front to back.
There we go.
All right. Well, whatever we're gonna call this thing, we'll figure it out at some point. I personally think Luke Cave is a little too tame, and just anyone could have come up with that name. No one else out
No.
there is gonna say front to back.
I don't disagree with you, but you did get the list of the names, by the way. You did.
I don't remember
So-
seeing this.
Mm-hmm.
This list.
Okay, well, it can be called whatever you want.
want. That's crazy. It is not dark in her room anymore.
It's never been dark. My camera was just fucked up.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
you get that fixed? Was it the settings?
Yeah, it was, Luke.
right, moving
as
on.
usual.
All right. Well, we're going to start things off today with, I guess, Destiny news. Guys, how we feeling this week? We just came off the debate last week. Liv somehow won, which still blows my mind.
Okay, let's be nice.
But
We moved on. We're adults.
but regardless, we're finishing up the second week of Solstice, and so I think everyone's kind of getting over their tier 5 for the first time highs. How are we feeling going into this? Because we still got how many weeks left till Ash and Iron? 3?
3 weeks.
3.
Okay.
Only 3, huh?
Yeah.
So you gotta get on it, man. You gotta get that 400 grind.
That's
Les, I'm so close. I stayed up.
kinda good.
I stayed up till 3 a.m. 3 nights this week out of 4.
It's not healthy.
I'm power grinding. I'm getting there. I'm not burnt out yet, but that's because I've done so much else in between. I feel like whenever I get bored with power grinding, I just switch to something that's actually fun. And then the power grind never feels too bad. But I mean, I'm only like 320. I was 260 a few days ago.
Right.
So I could imagine getting to 400. By the end of it, I'll just be burnt out. And after Solstice ends, like, things will feel so much less rewarding that I think my goal is to get to 400 before Tuesday so that I don't have to worry about post-Solstice power grinding.
Yeah. What do you think, Luke? How you feeling right now with Edge of Fate and everything?
well. Someone mentioned to me, I don't know if this is true or not, but am I supposed to be getting 200 armor at the end of the campaign?
If you did Legendary.
Legendary, no, you don't get the armor. You get like big boost between the missions.
Actually, this is the crazy thing. So you get, if you do the Legendary campaign, you should be leveled up enough or close enough to 200. But if you buy the campaign skip, you automatically get level 200 armor.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because the way it worked,
Yeah,
because the way it worked is that Bungie said that you needed to be 100 for contest mode is what you needed. So if you just did Legendary campaign, opened all the chests and did all the missions, you'll be like around 130, 150. If you took your time with it, you probably get to 200. But yeah, the like Cross just said, the skip is what gets you
The skip will get
200 armor.
It's guaranteed
Yeah,
200.
Gotcha.
You drop 2,000 silver. And look, I could talk about that all day long. I don't want to get too carried away with that.
yeah, we can talk about it. We can talk about it.
Dude, sometimes I wonder, does Bungie make the campaign in a way so that we will buy the skips?
100%.
I think they might. I think they
so.
might. I think it would have been. They probably made so much more money this year, considering the raid race was only 3 days after expansion launch. If someone had 10 days, I feel like even if you didn't like the campaign, you could get through it a couple times in 14 days, 10 days, whatever the usual prep period is. But 3 days, people are buying it. Les bought it. I bought it.
I bought it for both characters.
You have to have characters ready for the contest weekend. So maybe that's part of the plan.
Yeah. I will say, man, the Solstice update, I think, saved this whole 3-month period, in my opinion.
Agreed.
The tier 5s that are reigning, it needed to happen. If this was not the case and we were only limited to tier 4s, I feel like there'd be a riot right now with this game. The fact that we're getting so many tier 5s and people that are at 300 are also getting tier 5s and they're getting holofulls. I think are holofulls guaranteed tier 5s? Do we know if that's the case? Or
No. I have a bunch
Power
of.
boost, so it goes
Okay.
up like 2 as compared.
Gotcha. But like, man, like the tier 5 really helped the outlook on this expansion and like this whole time period until Ash and Iron.
Yeah. I have a bunch of holofoil that aren't tier 5, so they can drop at any tier. But
And it makes you jump from like different activities. Like that's my biggest thing with this portal is like you don't really jump from activity to activity, but now you go online and you're like, what's the Solstice thing, Graham? How are we looking? What are we supposed to be grinding? Like I did calm yesterday, like a ton with Vince, just because it was a Solstice engram and I could farm the hand cannon. I would do Pinnacle Ops as well when it's like a really good one and also has been retrograde or has something that I need. I'll go do that activity. If they can get that right where people are jumping from activity to activity, it's a success.
Well,
What do you guys think?
I think Solstice has done a good job. People got a taste of some high tier loads. And I think Voltas even put out an article this week. Like the numbers by no means were fantastic from the day one of the expansion, but there's like a base starting to form here, you know, where it's like Bungie's starting to kind of like recapture a core fan base, which is good. But here's the thing, man, it all comes with momentum. So
Sure.
this reminds me of a year ago whenever Bungie did people think of Into the Light as being the thing that started things, but it was actually Guardian Games. You remember that, Les? We had Guardian Games that came, everyone got the skimmer, and then all of a sudden things just started clicking for people. People were like, wait, this game is actually kind of fun to just play. And then it went from Guardian Games to Into the Light to Pantheon, and then that was the ramp into Final Shape. Granted, I don't think we're going to get that right now, but it'd be nice if Bungie could capitalize on the momentum, because Ashen Iron is bringing us back to the Plaguelands, and we're also going to be getting something they said is a new game type we've never experienced before, whatever that means.
I think that Into the Light Pantheon period was the best period Bungie's experienced, because it was them, instead of doing a giant content launch that includes things that people don't go back to, like destinations and campaigns, they put their resources toward replayability and then saw a base come immediately. I do think in the debate last week, I talked about how the numbers are bad. Player counts low, especially compared to Final Shape. But if we're talking about the percentage of the base that decided to play Edge of Fate on launch day that's still around today, it's much higher than a month out after Final Shape. So we've got like 60% of people that played on Edge of Fate launch are still playing today, which says something about Bungie, like you said, building that base. But I think if it doesn't come with momentum, like if the Plaguelands doesn't hit, or there isn't some sort of activity that's super replayable, or the Epic Raid is a fail, they could lose some of that momentum that I think that they might be trying to build going into Renegades.
Yeah. I want to bring a question to you guys. Talking about momentum with Into the Light, into Final Shape, do you guys think Solstice being 3 weeks and starting next week until Ashen Iron came out would have been better?
No.
So like you'll start next week and then all the way to Ashen Iron.
I get where you're coming.
And then you'll get Ashen Iron, like to keep the momentum going. Because now we're gonna have a 3-week period of what like we can't get to your 5s now. What do we do?
Well, we had Arms Week before, right?
Yeah, we had Arms
Week.
Week.
There are little things in between.
Yeah.
I get where you're coming from, Les, but I feel like Solstice had to drop when it dropped. You know what I mean? Like
you're right on that.
Everybody was feeling fatigued, especially like leveling and stuff like that. So I feel like it just had to drop. And keep in mind, I think Bungie did this purposely, because what's around the corner, baby? Destiny Rising.
Yeah.
They want us to go look at the mobile. And look, I guess I'm gonna play it. I don't know. I mean, Les, are you playing it at launch? Live?
Yeah,
Luke?
I'll be playing it. I'll be streaming it too, actually, too.
Okay.
Nice.
Can we do BlueStacks, or is that not allowed?
No, it's allowed.
Or is there gonna be?
It's allowed.
Okay.
You can do BlueStacks or whatever the best simulators are. So I'm gonna be honest, I'm not crazy about mobile games at all, but
I'm not either. I don't really have an interest. I want to try it just because of the Destiny name, but do we really think that Bungie wants a base to form for that game? Because that would just take player count away from them.
I don't know. I don't know what the deal. Like I have no idea. I do know that everything. You know, they got fishing in the game. They got fishing.
Yeah.
They got Sparrow Racing League. Yeah. They've got some reworked Gambit modes.
They got your own clan house. You got decorations and stuff. You guys see that? There's like little guardian, like what's it called? Like bobbleheads in there. I was like, what the heck? This is everything that MMO has.
They've been watching Frost's request for years, and they're like, yeah, sure. Clan housing, got it. Raids.
Exactly. I mean, we already know they can like take like your Guardian model and put it in the Salvation's like Edge Raid. Like imagine you could put that as a permanent, like here's my like best looking drip in my clan house. Like
right. So like Warframe does that too. And they're in their 1999 area, you can like put your armor stuff with. But I think the first month of Destiny Rising is gonna be a grind, and then it's gonna turn into like Genshin, where like you'll occasionally play, and I think that's where they want the sweet spot. I guess
do your weeklies.
You do your weeklies, you do your dailies, you maybe get some new stuff, you run the raid that's in the game, and then you go back to Destiny. They're giving us this kind of like period here to just grind Destiny Rising until Ashen Iron, and then probably it'll be like a daily, weekly thing, just like other gacha games. Because the first initial like month, there's so much to do. Like Genshin, you had so much grinding to do, but once you finish everything, it just becomes a daily thing. where you get on for like 25 minutes to your dailies and then you move on to another game.
Look, someone just said how many doors does a room require?
3 apparently.
Three.
Hold on. Where's my finger? Hold on. That right there is the closet. That right there is the bathroom, and that leads outside. So there's.
It makes sense.
We're moving soon.
Damn, so when you're
like,
picking clothes and you
enjoy
just
while
took a
can.
shit, it's gonna stink in your closet when you're picking out clothes.
Gosh. No, it's a larger bath. It goes like it's a shared bathroom.
Okay.
Hallway. So like.
Gotcha.
Les, you got to turn a vent on, man. What do you mean?
I don't know what he's got in the bathroom. I don't know if he's got a
stinky.
vent in there.
Luke,
Could be claustrophobic in there. You know,
Luke
you never
seems
know.
like he would turn on a vent. All right.
Luke does. All right, next topic.
Next topic.
Speaking of still the topic of Destiny, the new anti-cheat that they tweeted about last week, they said new cheat detections are being rolled out today for Destiny 2. Once in place, a ban wave will be issued to players found cheating in PvE and PvP, and it was completed on the 12th, so 3 days ago. Do we think there's any hope that this continues to be reiterated on? Have we seen any difference in the game?
Let me
I played a cheater yesterday.
Let me pull up this clip. Let me pull up this clip right now.
Pull it up.
Let's see. Where's this thing?
I literally
Nighthawk.
played a cheater yesterday too. That's so sad.
Nighthawk tagged, or he didn't even tag me, but he put up this clip on Twitter. Look at this. And look, I ran into this guy too.
Is this the one?
This is me, man. Or that's not me, but it's a guy with my name.
Hold up, what?
Whoa.
Guy with my name. So this is how good the anti-cheat is. Now and then he crashed this game. But the thing is the day after Bungie announced that, I too matched the dude with my name. So and he was using cheats. So obvious, I don't know. It's like point proven, I suppose, that anti-cheats suck ass. I mean, and look, this is a problem across the board. I have no like tech know-how on this. Les, you know anything on this front? Anti-cheats and all that jazz?
Not really, no. I'm just never good at coding. I don't know how to make all that stuff.
All I'm getting from this is that Bungie has whitelisted your name just in case there ever was.
God, dog. Well, I'm actually...
Cheaters are taking advantage of it.
Watch me get banned accidentally or something like that.
No.
You know?
Your name's safe, it seems like. That's how he's got away with it.
I gotta wonder, man.
It's kind of crazy though. He's just rocking in there with like, I'm gonna name myself like that draws more attention, I would think.
They're proving a point.
Yeah.
They're proving a point. I think you know what I mean. So
I wonder if AI is creating cheat engines and stuff.
We need AI
with
to counter it.
With AI being so where it's at right now and growing, I wouldn't be surprised if these companies are using AI to create cheats for games, and that's why there's so many.
And then it's almost like the companies releasing anti-cheats or deploying them can't keep up with the iterations of cheats that are being sold. I think, the biggest headline for the last week that references this is the fact that Battlefield, just context for everyone who wasn't keeping up, Battlefield 6's beta dropped last weekend, continues this weekend, but it passed up Call of Duty's all-time peak for concurrent players. There were 521,000 people playing at the same time, and over the weekend, 330,000 cheaters were caught by EA's anti-cheat. But the game was apparently still rampant with cheaters, despite the fact that hundreds of thousands of them were caught. So I guess it just raises the question, like, do these anti-cheat systems actually meaningfully deter people, or does it just give them a playground to be like, okay, it's beta time, we're gonna go figure out how to build cheats around their anti-cheat system and make our cheats better, and then we just get to keep selling cheats. I don't know if there's a solution to it.
Yeah, this is gonna be a rampant thing until they pull the Fortnite move and they just actually sue the player. That's like the only thing I could. But there's so many cheaters, they can't get to everybody, right? Like, but that's what Fortnite did, and I think I don't know the exact number. It was like $174,000 on the person that was cheating.
How old was the people? It had to be some kids, huh?
I don't know who it was, but man, that would deter a lot of people. Like, damn it, they're trying to sue us and stuff. Imagine your parents finding out that you're getting sued for cheating in a game, and they're gonna have to pay $174,000. That's
Junior, you're on your own. Good luck.
Figure it out. Use your college tuition or something. I don't know, but
Yep.
But like that's the only thing they can do, really.
I draw the parallel to when like your ISP would contact you back in the day if you were pirating stuff. Like there has to be real world consequences as an actual deterrent, or there's no like the person who's doing it isn't going to care. Like I'm not saying that I love that an ISP is doing that, but like when it comes to like violating the rules and in this case cheating in a video game, you lose your account. I mean, unless you paid a bunch of money on skins or something, it doesn't matter. For some of these people, they're making money off of it because they're cheating on other people's accounts or carrying them through stuff. I mean, you saw that in the day one raid. So yeah, I think that like suing everyone, is it possible? Don't think so, but some real world deterrent has to be in place if we're ever going to see.
Dude,
like
I love that idea. Hold on. Your internet provider actually knocking on your door and being like, hey, listen, you're doing that sus shit or we're going to cut you off. You know what I mean? Like, how did we get to that point? Because we got to that point. I remember getting my notice because I was pirating stuff, and I got the notice that my internet was going to get cut off if I kept pirating things, and so it obviously became a serious enough issue for them to step in. At what point in gaming is it going to become a serious enough issue? And I don't know why we're not even already there.
Yeah. I don't know where you would go with that, really.
I just, like Luke said, you can't sue everyone, but I think it's about the companies picking the most important cases and saying, we're proving a point here, like, don't cheat or you will be banned. I think Bungie's idea behind banning everyone possible that cheated or was associated with cheaters during the Desert Perpetual contest raid was them saying, in part, like, they know their anti-cheat's not catching this. This is going to be a problem in future raids, but hopefully people who cheat on contest raids are more afraid of doing that next time if they want to preserve their account. I looked into the Fortnite cheater situation, and it wasn't the first time that Epic Games chose to sue someone. They chose to sue someone who used an account with cheats to get to their championship grand finals in 2023, and then the next year sued this guy for $175,000 and they won. And so they're like handpicking certain cases to prove a point. Like, yeah, you can cheat in Fortnite. Well, our anti-cheat's clearly not catching everyone, but we'll notice and, we'll take legal action.
I wonder if there's any way that like internet providers could just like you said, shut down the internet. Like, hey, we know you're cheating. You're having no more internet. You can't play multiplayer games anymore.
Look,
like we could get to a point of that'd be nice.
I get them some comments on this too and be like, they wouldn't care about you cheating in the game. But look, obviously somebody cared about me pirating Naruto fucking 12, 14 years ago. You know what I'm coming from? So like it mattered to someone for at least at that time. I think I had like AT&T. And I thought that was such a low thing. I was like, why would they even care about this? But I got a message for it, or I got a letter for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got a letter in the mail?
I got a letter in the mail.
Stop?
I got a letter in the mail saying that
Crazy.
if I pirated any more stuff, that I would have my internet turned off.
Okay, was this real?
This is real. Yeah, it was real.
That's crazy.
Get a Bungie letter with Deej's signature saying, if you don't stop cheating, you're banned.
They should do that.
It wasn't AT&T. It was Comcast. It was Comcast. Yeah. So it was Comcast, and I didn't pirate like that much, but I had pirated like Game of Thrones.
Okay.
I think like some Naruto stuff, some other animes. You know what I mean? But I had not done any like games or anything. So mine was just like shows, and I still got that letter.
It's such a weird situation because, man, cheating. I don't think cheating's ever been as bad as it is now. Like it gets and it's ramping fast. Like it's not like like it was. You get cheaters here and there, but now it's like, dude, like I can't go more than 3 matches without being like, yo, this guy is sus. I go look at his account. He's brand new account.
Brand new.
7.0 KD. I'm like, dude, like what is going on here?
Yeah.
So it's something has to happen. I just don't know how they can fit.
Yeah. Part of me wonders if hardware bans even work anymore. Like if so many of these cheaters are just new accounts. So how do you stop someone from just making new accounts forever and ever?
Someone just has to show up to their house. Beat their ass right there on the spot. Just whoop his ass.
With a belt.
You know what I mean? Yeah, whatever. All of the above. You know, you get caught for cheating, immediate ass whooping.
I'm in for that. I'm okay with that. Do it.
No, we need like
what if they hired you for that? Would you go to people's houses and spank them?
Depends on who it is. ass. You know what I mean?
If it's that
You know-
ass across guy
Yeah.
from that clip, would you do it?
Yeah. We need like Mr. Smith AI or some shit. Like I think it's the only thing we can really use to counter this. All right.
I guess
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
Okay. What other news are we covering, guys? We have a lot of topics, so I know we're getting hung up on Destiny. But so far we'll see what happens from now until Ash and Iron, and I hope the momentum continues to carry over. I think for me the big pain points right now is Mythic Kepler difficulty is still a bother, and also Fireteam Ops is just not rewarding. I just don't like how like Solo Ops is just way better. Even Pinnacle Ops way better. Fireteam Ops, which has so many great activities, is just incredibly unrewarding. And there's so many situations where you don't even get up to A tier. The timers seem to be off. All that jazz.
I think another thing is that like you get the same rewards in solo ops as Fireteam Ops. I think that's what separates Pinnacle Ops and solo ops, because you get in retrograde, you get the fusion, you get that armor like that.
Yeah.
Like if there maybe was like a weapon set or like an armor set that's only tied to Fireteam Ops, you might get more people playing it too.
Yeah.
That's what we play when we want certain things. I can get the same things in Fireteam Ops and solo ops. I'm gonna go do solo ops.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Yeah.
You're starting to get into the strike-specific loot conversation back in the day.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
Hey, we should have more things that are tied to very specific activities, which
Yeah.
I think is a really great idea. So
I think so too. Yeah.
What do you guys think of the TWAB with the Warlock changes?
That looks pretty good.
I mean, I love them.
Excited for ability regeneration and empowering rifts.
Ross is
But
playing it off, but he's so excited to play Warlock and main it again.
Look.
Playing it off.
Here's the
So
thing.
excited.
Up last night.
The thing that they said at the end of it was like, what do you think of like an identity of a warlock is? I really think they just need to lean heavy into the whole like minion army thing. Like that to me is, warlocks are known for minions or having a bunch of little buddies or healing or terrible aim. Those are the three things that warlocks are known for.
hold up.
And so I really think Bungie should lean into those.
The terrible aim part especially.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
I don't know. Titans, all they do is punch, so we're kind of in the same boat there. So.
Yeah.
And
So hunters are the only ones with good aim?
Hunters are beginning to only punch as well, so we're all kind of just bad at aiming, I guess.
There's a lot of blending.
If we're talking Warlock identity, hopefully that means self-res is coming very soon.
Oh hell yeah!
Ooh.
Happy.
Really leaning into the support role.
Crucible so much and raids.
Yeah.
God, I think they just never bring that back. Anyways,
We've got some other gaming news before we move into studios. Specifically, Helldivers 2 had a PlayStation teaser this week that hinted at a potential Halo 3 collab. I don't know if any of y'all played Halo 3. If you're excited for the collab with Helldivers, if you think that like those two game styles match up, or if this is just marketing hype for Helldivers. Thoughts?
I think
To clarify, Halo 3 ODST specifically.
Correct. ODST specifically.
it makes sense though. Characters look pretty similar in terms of like the armor they have. Like it plays off. The weapons could easily fit in as well. Like if you brought the Halo sniper in there, easily it looks like it belongs in the game as well. Bring the BR, bring the AR as well. It all looks like it belongs in Helldivers as well. So it's not an unusual collab.
Well, I mean,
me
you
at
saw
least.
if you saw the teaser they did with the like at the end of their Xbox trailer, the new cities they added with Super Earth with the rain. I mean, the vibe is there. It matches so well. So
For sure.
you just add the saxophone in and some of the ODST armor sets and
Yeah.
having a good time.
Wait.
I know we've got just
Hold on.
Go for it.
The collab here is just armor sets and weapons, right? They're not adding
we
a
don't
whole new
know.
location, right? Like that's like
We don't
ODST
know what they're
thing.
doing.
you don't know. There's no
Okay.
confirmation.
Oh, okay.
The
Well,
only
that
thing
kind
we
of-
saw was city raining and drop pod coming down with that saxophone playing in the background.
Yeah. It's all up to the imagination. And, I think that we do that with Destiny often too. Like, give us like a little bitty tidbit in a trailer, and we're like, oh, new subclass. Or, we're finally getting, this thing that we've been missing forever. And I think that sometimes with these collabs, I think maybe it's intentional by the studio, but it really lets fans hype up in their imagination, like all of the things that a collaboration could entail, or all the things that are coming to the game. And then, like you said, it ends up being, well, actually, you're going to pay $20 for this armor set, and that's the collab. So I don't know what direction we think Helldivers is going into, but the teaser made it look like it's not just armor.
Well, I would say the devs there have been really, really good in terms of their monetization. So I would assume they're going to be pretty fair here, and it makes sense because Helldivers, this is going to coincide with their launch on Xbox, right? Okay.
Yeah,
Seems like what it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. They're probably going to get a nice boost. I mean, I like that studio. I think they've done a great job. I think, God, man, wasn't last year like the story there so differing between each other? You had PlayStation's Helldivers. Was it Arrowhead? And then you had Concord and Firewalk, man. Talk about the highest of highs and the lowest of lows happening in... Was that last year?
Yeah.
That was last year.
Yeah.
That was 2023.
What?
I think
2024.
2024, my bad. My bad.
Yeah.
Stuck in the past.
2023 was 1 year ago.
I think the thought that I had with Helldivers, I was more interested in the fact that it's coming to Xbox and that they're breaking Sony exclusivity. Do we think that that is a Sony saying, we'll want to work with Xbox more in the future, work with Microsoft more, which in the past they've been very much holding on to their own IPs and not wanting to share them? Do we think it's Sony saying, we want this game to profit more, so we're giving it out? Do we think that this is just a general shift of them working together more?
I think it's just a contract.
I've got a couple thoughts on this, but
Go for it.
The first one being gaming, thankfully, has been moving away from exclusivity, generally over the past 10 plus years. I mean, back when Destiny 1 was first out, there were Sony exclusives. People remember specific
Hawkmoon.
that could use. Yeah, Hawkmoon. Yep. That if you were playing
Monte
on
Carlo,
Xbox,
I think, was also exclusive.
Yeah, it was so many different things. Where it was you could only get these things playing on Sony's, and thankfully, in-game exclusives isn't really happening too much anymore. We've moved kind of away from that. There's still some platform-specific stuff, games that are only available on one platform or another, but I think, and I don't have any backing for this, but it feels like corporations as a whole in this media sphere are moving towards partnering up in order to increase revenue. So for instance, a cross example here, I don't know if you guys saw how Hulu and Disney are going to be partnering up with their streaming services.
Yep.
And so the reason being is that Netflix is really the only profiting streaming service right now, and everyone else is trying to fight for increased revenue in order to make up for the cost of video streaming platform to tons and tons of people. And so their method of hopefully attacking this is, hey, we're going to partner up and I guess offer more than what we could previously.
It's like UFC, right? UFC with Paramount. That's the thing now.
Yeah. They just signed a big deal.
UFC and Paramount just signed a mass. It's $7 billion deal. Something like that.
It's a lot.
It's huge. So now you can watch all the UFC fights on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
And I hear people saying Disney owns Hulu, so there's some stuff there. All I'm saying really is that there's a lot of consolidation taking place.
Yeah.
Just in general, and so
Getting back to
I'm
cable
starting to
TV.
see that.
Where you buy just cable TV and you have everything. We're getting back to that state.
Full circle.
Full circle, baby. Man, it sucks having to have all these subscriptions,
It
man.
sucks
You got
so bad,
Netflix, Hulu,
We
Disney.
had it so good over, what was it, 15 years ago? We would just have one damn subscription and we had everything.
Yep.
Yeah. So we think we're going to see a general shift in that direction in the gaming industry too, because it's not that studios are Microsoft and Sony are not consolidating into one anytime soon.
Oh, by no means.
No, by no means at all. But I think that maybe they've both realized that when there are too many, people in the room, it's hard for everyone to be as profitable as possible. So they're just teaming up more often now.
There's not enough time in the world is the reason. You only have so much time to play every game. Yeah. So it's kind of have to work together in a way and to make as much money across all platforms, which is why I wish if some Switch games came, you got Mario Kart on a PC, Pretty fun, actually.
Man,
I know.
The shit
Nintendo
talking
would
that
never.
happen.
Nintendo don't give a
Nintendo
damn.
would never.
Nintendo don't give a
Would
damn, but
never.
man, I would
I
play.
wish.
I would play Mario Kart for a little bit
Mm.
and
I,
talk
know,
that shit.
I know you could do emulators, but like it's just not like it's just
saying.
not as good. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nintendo don't care though.
The amount of work you have to go into playing Nintendo games not on their console or even like streaming it as well, it's just such a hassle.
Yeah.
Like Mario Kart, I got Breath on the Wild on my Steam Deck and I love it, but I mean just the amount of work to do that and have it run well, it's just it's kind of absurd.
Yeah.
Luke's about to get a pirating mail.
You're about to
Yeah,
get
that
a
might hit me.
letter in the
He's gonna
mail.
get a layer in the mail. You better not pirate our
switch
Nintendo
to
games
Wi-Fi
anymore.
right now, or else it will get hit. I gotta
Yep.
fix that.
He's gonna get that mail.
But yeah, I think PC has helped bridge that gap a lot. Like
Yes.
over the Microsoft has got a better platform on PC for Xbox, and so there's Xbox Game Bar and like being able to access stuff there. You've got Game Pass. So and Sony's been like, it seems their MO has been it comes out on PlayStation first and then we release it on the PC later. So I only want that like window to get smaller and smaller to hopefully they're just at the same time or very close, because and I know there's porting stuff, but I don't know. I just wish everything was on every console, every platform at the same time. It'd be super fun.
Have you guys looked at the numbers for Game Pass? Like obviously the big number everyone always pops up is like subscription numbers, but like revenue wise, like because it just doesn't make sense to me from a number standpoint. Granted, as a consumer, I love it, but
do you use Game Pass a lot, Cross?
I personally don't, but I see why it is so good. Because what was it back in May and June? We got 3 games back to back that were all on Game Pass. What was it? Les, we had. Was Expedition 33 was on Game
I
Pass,
think
right?
Expedition 33 was on there. Yeah, it was. Elden Ring, I think, was on there. No?
Oblivion, though. I'm talking about like games that came out. So Oblivion Remastered. It was like 3 games during that time frame that I was like, dude, like I would easily, like I could see where people would drop, 40, 50, maybe $60 on each one of these experiences.
Oh, Doom.
Oh, and Doom as well. Doom as well.
Yeah.
But it was all on Game Pass. So, but here's the thing. Maybe it doesn't really have to make sense number-wise. Maybe what if this is a war of attrition, and Microsoft is just going to try to outspend Sony right now, and just that's because I mean they got the infinite money glitch.
Yeah. They're making $5 billion annually on Xbox Game Pass. And, I think there was a recent article that came out, I think SkillUp covered it, where, there is an analytics firm that releases an annual report on how the Game Pass is changing people's decisions around gaming. And it showed that sometimes these studios are hurt by putting their games on Game Pass and signing contracts with Microsoft, because the analytics firm found that a lot of people come into the game on Game Pass, but they try it in a sampling way of like, there's so much choice in front of me. It's almost like Netflix fatigue. I'm going to turn on a bunch of different shows. I don't really know what I want to watch or commit to. So I'm just going to click a bunch, back out. I'm trying to find a show that works for me. People do the same thing on Game Pass is what they found. They're sampling, but the people who committed right away to the $50, $40 price tag on a game play it for significantly longer. And so Game Pass isn't helping studios build a loyal fan base. It's just helping people click download on the game initially and then potentially not touch it very much after that. And so, like, does a subscription service like that work for the individual studios?
I have no idea. I'm curious to know like what the contract is. What the revenue split is for the studios themselves.
I have some info on that.
Microsoft's got a lot of money, man. A lot of money. Like Xbox seems, I don't know how much like revenue they make just solely off of Xbox combined with everything they make, but I'm pretty sure Xbox isn't that big of a priority. I could be completely wrong though, but like they make so much money, they could make so much money even without it.
Yeah.
That it's just kind of like, let's try to bring as many people as possible, right? But I could be wrong on that. I don't know if you guys have stats on that.
On the market cap, I know it was like 3 or Oh shit! What is it? Is it 3 trillion at this point? Is Microsoft's market cap at 3 trillion? Or
Something like that.
What is 5 billion to 3 trillion? You know what I mean?
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
What, you know?
I mean, it dwarfs Sony substantially.
Yeah.
So
They're making
Yeah.
boatloads, forcing me to switch to Windows 11.
God,
and
no,
then
the right.
the next one, and all the same
not gonna
thing.
slander
They all
Windows.
do the same thing.
All do the exact same thing every damn year. We got to get a damn,
It
and the
gets
things
worse.
get incompatible.
Worse? Oh, I'm hating way too much on Windows 11.
Some ways it's worse. It's just like you use a PC every day for like editing, and like you find the little differences that are annoying. Like file.
As long as
File
I can click
Explorer
on
for-
Destiny and it launches, I don't care what I could be a Windows 7.
That's a Destiny
Don't
2 lover
care.
talking right there. As long as I,
I could
can
open
click on
if I
Destiny.
could open if I could open games, period, and not have an issue.
No,
But I
no.
will
You
say,
said
man,
as long as I
these-
can open Destiny.
I don't know about you guys, but man, these game driver updates, they make my PC run so much worse every time. Like I go play Battlefield 6, I have to do the game driver update, PC starts to run like ass. I don't know what they do with these driver updates, man. It's like they want us to buy the newest graphics card. They're like, hey,
Well, yes.
I'll tell you what,
Correct.
is Nvidia.
but I ain't gonna spend that money. Nope.
I don't know what they pushed out this summer, but whatever update they had for drivers was like absolutely terrible.
It was awful.
I had
Okay,
my,
so it wasn't just me.
Shadow Play wasn't working. Oh no, it was across the board. Shadow Play
It was
wasn't
very
working.
common
My
thing.
displays were freaking out. Like it was just nonsense. But I think it's
Yep.
fixed now.
I just wait until my stuff is breaking before I update anything.
Me too.
That's
You need to update them for the new games though. Like
No, you don't always have
you don't
to.
have to.
You don't always have to.
Some of them definitely like push you to do it. And I know Battlefield 6 required a lot of things like the safe boot option and everything else. But I normally don't update anything. And the other side of things is like everybody's talking about like the new GPUs and stuff just being substantially better. I actually don't even feel that. I actually feel like being a generation behind. I don't know what it is. The new generation GPUs, I always tend to have problems. When I upgraded to the 4000 series cards, when you remember, even back when 3000 series cards were new, they were getting melted inside of New World. Y'all remember that?
Yeah.
So
That was wild. That was so scary.
Holy.
literally being a generation behind seems to just be better bang for your buck, and you avoid all those issues for the most part.
Yeah. It's almost like they launch a product half baked and fix it with later updates. Does that
Right?
remind you of anyone?
What is
Does that-
that?
does that remind you?
God.
I can't
Yeah.
put my finger on it, but it sounds so familiar.
Yeah, it's almost like that's how corporations work. That's the way.
Yeah.
Why isn't my grenade stat giving me all my energy? Yeah.
Do we think that, I know that Xbox Game Pass is we said it's a small drop in the pool for Microsoft, but Cross, you're saying you love the idea of Game Pass, but you also don't use it. And so who do we think the target audience is for Game Pass, and how can is there a space in gaming for more subscription-based models? I know you've talked a little bit about what if we paid a per month price for Destiny and we got access to everything? Do we think that subscription models would work for people, or would they complain that it's just yet another subscription that they have to pay for?
I think anyone in a tight household, the Game Pass model is great for them for sure, and it definitely works for Xbox players themselves. I would probably take more advantage of it, but I'm just so locked into Steam right now, which is where I have my entire library. So, but who knows? Maybe I go down that path. As far as subscription services, specifically for Destiny, I brought this up even when I'm like, hey guys, how would you feel if you could pay $5 a month, but you have access to everything that Bungie's ever made in Destiny, but as soon as you want to quit playing, you can end the subscription and you're good. So you can literally come back every other month if you want, and it will come out way cheaper over the long run. And everybody's
I
like,
would love that.
Everyone was like immediately like, no, that's fucking terrible. I never want to pay a subscription. I'd rather just pay up front. And it's like, all right. I mean,
I think people, in this particular day and age, I mean, y'all were just saying like cable was it because you didn't have to pay for 20 different subscriptions. If Bungie implements a subscription for Destiny, it's awesome. We get access to everything. But then Expedition 33 has a subscription and Battlefield has a subscription, and you're just paying for oh, I want to play 10 games that I kind of enjoy, I have to pay for subscriptions for all of them, that may overwhelm someone. And then the upfront cost, oh, I paid for Expedition 33 once and it's done with, and I have it forever now and it's mine. Whereas with a subscription model, you never feel like the content you buy is your own. But I guess gaming studios can remove content from us even when we do pay for it. So I don't really know what the answer is there, but I could see myself even wanting to try a game less if I knew that it was just yet another subscription that I had to add on.
Depends on the game that we're talking about, I think. Right? Like Destiny, it would work because we constantly get updates for the game. If we did it for like Expedition 33,
yeah, I could never work for that.
Subscription it wouldn't work.
Never.
Because it's a one-time you play, you might go back for New Game Plus, but you won't do it. A subscription model works for MMO RPG games. That's
live service,
right.
yeah.
Live service games, yeah. What were you gonna say, Luke? Yeah.
Oh, well, I was going to go back because for the Game Pass thing, I think the target audience honing in on that is probably younger kids. Only because, I mean, I remember when I wanted to get a console for the first time and how much asking my parents to get an Xbox for Christmas, that sort of situation. I mean, imagine now where you can go up to your parent and say, hey, I want to play the newest games and I only have to pay like $15 essentially a month. I mean, I think that's a way more enticing option to a parent than, spend $300, $400 on a console.
Yeah, I remember as a kid having to sell a bunch of games just to buy the one new game.
Were you reselling
remember that, bro? Dude, I would show up to GameStop with like 8 different games.
Yeah,
oh, man.
Sell them all.
Yeah,
and then use that money to buy. And I still needed to pitch in my own money to just buy the newest Call of Duty or something. So like you said, Luke, like Game Pass is so good for kids because you just one time $15 a month, you can play whatever game you want that's available there.
Yep.
So
I like it. We'll see if this actually transfers elsewhere. Again, I grew up on RuneScape, and what I loved about RuneScape, man, you paid your $5 a month, and you had access to everything. And see, RuneScape did such a good job because when you first played it, it was the free-to-play world, and you're like, and you would walk up to this gate, and you would press the gate to open it, and it would be like, you a broke bitch, get this membership. You know what I mean? And I would always be like, what's on the other side of this gate? You know what I mean? And then eventually I worked with the courage, asked my mom, was like, Mom, for my birthday, could I please just have this subscription? And it was only $5 a month. So she was like, sure, you know, that's fine. And then of course you could play it on any PC, even the worst PCs. But yeah, I don't know if it would necessarily work for Destiny because RuneScape has a ton of content. Like, you will have, and not that Destiny doesn't have a ton of content, but you've got just thousands and thousands of hours of content in RuneScape, just non-stop grinding. And so there's like, it definitively has a reason, or it shows its value to buy that subscription. Destiny, I think it would make sense if they could keep it cheap enough. Like, I wouldn't want it to exceed like $7 a month or something.
Is that going back to like RuneScape thing? Is because everything you do in RuneScape is helpful for the end. As in Destiny right now, not everything you do helps you get to the end, if that makes sense. You have to do certain things to get to 450. Like, that's the biggest problem. If we had everything available in the game right now and it helped you get to power level, a subscription model would work for Destiny. Because there is a lot of content in the game. It's just forgotten because there's no reason to do them. In RuneScape, everything you do is to help you get to the end goal. You sit there chopping at a tree, it helps you in the future. You mine, it helps you in the future. You do this certain quest, it helps you in the future. There's no reset. It's just continuous.
Yeah.
But Destiny kind of did need a reset though. But it would be nice if Bungie can be quicker on bringing the older stuff up to par with what we have right now.
Speaking,
you know what I mean?
Speaking of which, and I know we're kind of jumping around from topic to topic right now, but oh man, who put out the tweet? I think it was Glad that put out the tweet this week where he mentioned let me see if I can find this real quick, guys. Hold on.
Yeah, pull it up.
Okay. So it was the Drop Frames podcast with Cove.
Oh yeah.
And essentially it's their take, and what their take is essentially saying like, man, Bungie really dropped the ball by not doing a D3. And even Glad says it's wild to hear this and feel the validation from folks who don't even play Destiny or who barely do. Bungie not resetting everything and dropping a Destiny 3 will always be the biggest throw of all time and a huge head scratcher for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I think Marathon's fumble is what stopped us from having a Destiny 3.
It was supposed to be yeah.
Like if Marathon,
Do you not think that was that decision to not have a Destiny 3 in creation years ago? Do you think that was Marathon's fault?
Well,
I
Marathon's
feel
been, okay, but here's the thing. Think about it this way. Marathon's been in development for what, 5+ years?
Yeah, but I think it was
Right?
just meant to be an incubation project, and then it turned into something that, like, they're supposed to have plenty of incubation projects going, and Marathon was likely not supposed to be the end-all be-all. And then that happened after multiple layoffs and funding cuts and Destiny's trajectory. And then it's like, okay, well, now Marathon has to cook. But it probably wasn't always in that state where it was like, okay, Marathon's make or break for the future of Bungie maintaining multiple IPs.
Because I'm thinking of the timeline here, right? Like we finished Final Shape last year, right? Marathon drops that year. Bungie goes on hiatus for Destiny 3 for, let's say, 3 years. They bring us the Edge of Fate, storyline in a new game. It's a great narrative start. Like it sets it up for the future. Why does it have to be in D2 though? If it was in Destiny 3, and like I'm just thinking like end of Final Shape, you beat the raid, black screen, slow text comes up, D3 is in production. Boom, that's it. The hype levels would have been insane. And then you have Marathon to cover if they actually didn't reset as many times as they did and change too many of the fundamentals of the game. You have Marathons to sustain the cash flow in while you're making Destiny 3, and then you bring in a whole new player base as well as like a fresh start. Because Edge of Fate is a fresh start for any player that comes into the game. We're all starting from zero.
Yeah.
So it was the perfect time to do D3, and it seems like everyone outside of Bungie had the thought. Like we're like, why isn't this just Destiny 3? It's like only Bungie was the one that said we don't need Destiny 3. While everyone else.
Unless I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying. This was like the necessary Destiny 3 moment. I completely agree with Glad's tweet too. It's just, it will always be bizarre that wasn't the plan. I just don't think it's that Bungie never thought of it. I think that it was probably okay, look at where our player base is. Do we think there's enough momentum for a Destiny 3? Do we have the funding for that? Do we want to commit the next 5 to 10 years to this game, or are we riding Destiny 2 out until it's not relevant anymore? I feel like there were a lot of decisions, and then who was the one making those decisions? The executives.
Right.
The executives who we have zero trust in. So like, they probably just didn't make the right decision.
I wonder how many people, like Bungie developers, would have wanted to make Destiny 3. Like, just like a poll, every Destiny 2 crew, every Destiny 2 dev, like, would you want to keep working on Destiny 2? Would you want to work on a Destiny 3? Like, what would the split be there?
Okay, so hold on. In order to make a sequel, you gotta have something worthy of a sequel, like creatively. And unfortunately, I think Bungie blew their load in the Final Shape with Prismatic. And then
True.
And now you done blew your load with the tier system. Okay, so not that I'm saying I'm speaking out against the D3. Obviously, for marketing reasons, I think D3 just makes the most sense. But y'all remember when we went from D1 to D2? How many of us booted up D1 after D2? We played D2 and we're like, damn, this is shit. And then I remember going back to D1 and being like, man, I miss the good old days. I miss this. And it wasn't just nostalgia. It was actually better than D2 vanilla. D1 was better than D2 vanilla. And until Forsaken came, all of us kept going back to D1. And then eventually, we stopped kind of going back to D1. Occasionally, we would still go back and play raids. But hold up. Let's just be real. Based on the past 10 years, how much shit from Destiny 2 would have been poured into Destiny 3? Would you be excited about Vault of Glass for the third fucking time? Crota's in for the third time? You know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, that same. Now, here's the thing. I would love for Bungie to go in there and just give us a complete fresh take on everything, but we've been getting, like, what's been bridging the gap here for like the past decade has been porting stuff from D1 into D2, and it's still happening because we're getting Plague Lands and Ash and Iron.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, I feel like I'm playing Destiny 3 right now though, because I don't play anything that's old. Pre-Edge of Fate, I don't play. Crucible's the only Pre-Edge of Fate thing that I do.
You're saying this is the real Destiny 2?
Like, this is like, we're already playing Destiny 3 right now. Like, we don't, like, if they made Destiny 3 and they brought all this, maybe plus a little bit more with a couple years more of content, like, we're not really doing old stuff right now. So
it's D3 without the marketing advantages.
Without the marketing.
Yeah, which sucks ass because then that defeats the purpose. You slap a number on it. 3, people are going to be like, well, maybe it's better. Maybe it's not. I don't know. You know what I mean? And people
have a good track record, though.
People give it a go.
I think it was too late for that, though. I really do. Because are people going to give D3 vanilla the same chance that they gave D2 vanilla? Destiny was in a much different state. I think right now, like Bungie comes out tomorrow and says, yeah, D3, we were wrong. D3's in development. I don't think people really have the same buzz that they would have had if that was announced alongside Final Shape. If the marketing push needed to be, our saga's ending here, we are going to defeat the Witness, and Final Shape is going to be the end. And then you'll have a Destiny 3. And I think any push for Destiny 3 after that, I unfortunately think it's too late for Bungie.
I think.
So you don't think we'll ever get a D3? And they'll just write it out with D2?
I think it's in Sony's hand at this point, fellas.
It is.
I think Sony is going to be the one who. I mean, they're slowly swallowing Bungie right now, so.
Yeah. Yep. And maybe they were the initial ones that said, no, Destiny 3 doesn't make any sense. We know they've said in the past they loved Bungie because of their live service expertise. Maybe Sony had too much faith in the longevity of Destiny 2 and said, because again, these development decisions are made years in advance. If Destiny 3 was going to be created, it would have been decided by some exec team years ago. They probably said at that time, no, Destiny 2's got so much left in the engine. We do not need to think about a D3. Y'all are doing so well in the live service category. And I'm not saying that's correct. I'm just saying, look at the decision making that we've seen from leadership there. It wouldn't surprise me if they just thought Destiny 2 had a lot longer of a lifespan than it might.
Look, I still feel so baited from Luke Smith's trailer intro last year. I mean, dude, the way he was sitting there in front of us and he was like, he just looks right in the camera. He's like, this is definitely not it for Destiny. You know what I mean? And then the man's gone.
Yeah.
Like 30 days later.
Bye.
Was it always the plan, Luke? I just want to know. Was it always the plan?
I don't think so. But I don't think we're ever getting a D3. I just want to wrap it up on that note. I don't think D3 is going to be a possibility for us ever.
Yeah. That's the sad truth because, man, they failed both launches.
Yeah.
Of their new games. And with the way Marathon's going, it doesn't seem like it's going to be launching any better.
I don't know, man.
Unless they make substantial changes. Well, if it was going to launch, but like, I'm glad they delayed it, man. But if it was going to launch in the state it was going to launch, they're going to have 3 back-to-back titles fail on launch, and they're going to have to rebuild it. So we got to be happy they delayed it.
Here's what I'm hearing, that things are getting pretty serious about Marathon. All right, and I don't really know if that's going to mean anything, but
have you played it?
I haven't played it. No, fuck no. You see how many Doom videos do we make, Luke?
How many Dune? Like
Doom videos.
Oh.
We had a whole month of talking shit about Marathon. We ain't getting invited back to play that one, man. that one's gone, dude. No. I mean, and look, but here next year, I am looking forward to seeing what they come up with. But I've heard things. I've heard that and we've seen some of the leaks too, and so. But I mean, it really just comes down to perception too. Concord was a humbling experience because the moment people just go, that game is shit, and then they tell the next person that it's done. It's done.
Unfortunately, I feel like a decade or two ago, maybe 2 at this point, the opinion of one viral headline might not have mattered as much. Everyone would just try the game for themselves and see how they liked it. But now, I mean, the second that you have bad PR, you're done.
Yeah.
So I do think that they're taking Marathon more seriously, and I also don't think we need a Destiny 3 now. I really, really wanted one, but now that I think it's too late, it's like we don't necessarily need that shit. I think Bungie just needs to prove that Destiny 3 can evolve, and fix bugs, make it more rewarding, make it into the game they want it to be. Because if they're giving us Destiny 3 right now, then cool, we've got the reset that we want. Now they just have to,
I'm playing
make it
more
realistic
now
they
than
want it to be
ever.
playing.
So
Yeah, I haven't played
Yeah.
more, like
No, I'm
getting
playing-
on and getting prime drops and stuff.
the
Yeah.
loot
But how
system is good.
long do you guys think Destiny 2 will last, though? Like, if you have to give it a time frame, when do you think Bungie will say, "I think we're done"?
Dude,
It's time to do something else.
It all comes down to the
I think it
devs.
just comes to
What can they keep being creative? I mean, look, RuneScape, they just kept they tried to do the whole breakout to make their game more of a modern MMORPG. It backfired. Then they went back to the roots, relaunched old school RuneScape, and then look at that game. It's got the highest peak count it has ever gone in its history, and that's dude. That game is like, I don't know how many years old. 25 years old at this point, or 24 years old.
So what you're saying is Bungie needs to make a very bad decision, then make OG Destiny.
No, they've already made the
Destiny
bad
classic.
decisions. You know what I'm saying?
They've
So
done
now
that.
they have to make the good decisions now. We're way past bad
We're
decision
going
time.
Back.
So we need
Yes.
an OG Destiny is what Cross wants.
Yeah. Bless, if you would have asked me last year after Final Shape, or maybe, I don't know if y'all disagree with this statement, but if you would have asked me last year after Final Shape, before us knowing that there were system resets coming and a change to the expansion release timeline, if you were asked, how long do you think Destiny's going to last now that this saga's over, I probably would have said, it won't. Like, I think people are, I don't know if there's a reason to come back. I don't want to play the same seasonal model I've been playing. I don't think anyone does. It's over. And so many people felt satisfied with that. I think it was the right call to just try to reinvent the wheel. And I think it shows that the devs, they do have juice. Like, they can be creative. I think they need to be given the resources and the funding to do that, obviously. But I think they've still got it in them, because this is a very old game and they are reinventing the wheel right now. And all of us are sitting here saying we're playing more than ever. So
It's got to be community driven, though. We need in-game polls that says, hey, would you like this or that? And then we also need, dude, just take everything from RuneScape, put it in Destiny, and this game will thrive.
Oh my
Or
Will be
Destiny
good.
Rising. Or Destiny Rising. Get
SRL
Destiny
back in
2,
for an
you know?
event, and
You
I'll
don't want
be
Destiny
there.
Rising.
Dude.
You don't want Destiny Rising. There's going to be a microtransactions video part 2. You don't want Destiny Rising. In
Bro.
Can you imagine if they brought back like SRL as like a Arms Week kind of thing, like right after New Year's in January, after when Renegades drops, you have all that content. You have the Dawning, you have all that. Christmas break ends in January. We have an SRL week, like new armor and then maybe like a new weapon to get. Like, I mean, how bad can that be? Like, people have been asking for it. Doesn't have to be permanent.
I'm going to be
But
honest,
like a little
dude.
event here and there, it wouldn't be too bad.
SRL was overrated. Like, look.
Cause you just
all
suck
right,
at
hold
driving,
on,
okay?
hold
You
on.
just suck at
I'm
driving,
just
okay?
saying. I'm just saying. It's
I've seen you
overrated.
drive.
The best.
I've seen you drive.
No,
You have
look.
trouble, okay?
If we could pick up a shell and then launch the shell at other Sparrow drivers and mushrooms, you know what I mean?
Actually, though,
You
Mario
know,
Kart in Destiny?
Mario Kart Destiny?
that would pop.
Throw a Matter Spark ball? Hell yeah! Get my teammate to turn into a Matter Spark and throw him? Hell yeah!
But I don't
care
want
about
just
Sparrow
Double
racing.
dash. You have someone on the back of the Sparrow, and your team.
Yeah, there
Shooting?
you go.
I will be on the
Good.
back of Les's skimmer shooting.
Hell yeah! Whoa!
Yeah. It's going to be skimmer racing if it comes back. Who's using a Sparrow these days?
But they do go faster. Slightly.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
Arrows do
Fair.
go
There's a
faster.
world where SRL could exist, and it would be an awesome event. Like,
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah.
They give me
I
that
wouldn't
old
mind
SRL
it.
armor.
I'd play it, but I just don't I don't play Destiny 2 to race my Sparrow, I guess.
You're doing it wrong then. Oh, you're a ball fan, so I that's understandable.
No, Luke is the biggest ball fan. He's
dude,
loving Sparrow racing.
everyone was talking so bad about Matterspark. It wasn't that bad. Like, I had a decent time with it.
It wasn't that bad.
I
was like, don't get too carried away now.
I don't know. I was like playing Mythic Kepler earlier, and okay, are there moments of satisfaction? Yes, but dude, we just like to kill a lot of shit. You know what I mean? I want to slay, man. And this turning into bullshit. It fucks with that. You know what I mean? It's messing with the slay thing. It's crazy that I've had the best time this week playing Onslaught, Midtown Onslaught, like basic OG Onslaught has been a good time.
You love that shit though.
I mean, they did such a good job with it, and
yeah, I
like horde modes. I think Destiny needs more horde modes. Turning into a ball and all that stuff. I guess that's cool. But imagine if the next destination was literally a destination that was like being completely overtaken, kind of like Helldivers, and you had to fight a war every time you dropped down. That shit would be fire.
More ad density. I've been saying it.
Yeah, more ad density.
That's where the builds shine the most.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like, everyone loves like builds popping off and like being super powerful. I feel like it's a very Warframe-esque situation where it's like, hey, we really like it when we can go super fast and bullet jump and have insane movement. It's like, yeah, Destiny, like we would all hate it if we went back in time in Destiny 2 and all of our builds had the old like regen and like it was more like the weapons. Like what we have now is fun. We need more ads but less sponginess and like to just give room for just these more powerful builds to like be challenged.
This is what I was talking about before Age of Fate came out or after it came out. I was like, you give us missions with a bunch of ads in it, but you give us the option to limit us on how much time we have to finish the mission. Bro, it would make people want to make insane builds for clearing ads and get through the mission in 5 minutes and get the best rewards. Like if you can tie yourself down for a time limit, you have to finish in this amount of time. Ads aren't as spongy as they are in Mythic. They're not going to be pushovers, but with much more ads, I feel like you'll see a lot more diverse builds and like, okay, what's the fastest way to clear it? Grapple Melee won't be as potent as Cross's Onslaught build that he's been using. That would be insane in that. But like tying it to time limits on missions where like, all right, if I do 5 minutes and I finish this mission in 5 minutes, I get the max amount of rewards. 7.5 minutes, I get the second tier rewards. And we have a tier system for that perfectly. You finish mission 5 minutes, tier 5. Boom, done. Like, we already have a time limit on the bottom right when finishing our missions to get the threshold score. Why not go more into that and tie certain rewards to that? And just make it so the enemies aren't super dense and super annoying to fight. That's what they can do. Like, that's what I was saying. And because it's boring going into Mythic Kepler right now and just a red bar taking 1 million bullets kill for an orange bar,
I'm trying, man. I'm trying to see the bright side. And I'm going to go back into it some more this weekend because we're going to do a build battle for Mythic Kepler, which should be interesting. But that's a tough delta, man. Minus 50 is tough.
It's tough. Yeah. It's because they did that change where majors and like yellow bars take so much more damage when you're under leveled than they did like last season.
Yeah.
Like they did something with that. I don't know what it was, but man, it's just boring to sit there because there's always that one ad left and you're just there bing, 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 bing. Like
it's severe. From minus 40 to minus 50, it's such a big jump.
Huge jump. Yeah.
All right. Well, guys, do we have any other news that we want?
dawn is light in this sector. Be ready for anything. We're not meeting co-workers who owed you before you died, but anything else.
To cover before we wrap things up. I know we're closing up on the hour right now.
No, I think we're good for the week.
Yeah, I feel like we covered a lot of ground. Good.
Yeah. Clearly, we need a weekly RuneScape segment because I don't know how RuneScape got brought up.
Always.
The first episode, Cross. First one. You didn't even make it through one without bringing up
I tell you
RuneScape.
what, you know, and here's the thing. I'm such a casual. I don't even play it like, you know, like I did back in the day. But it really is it's a great game. At some point, we all of us here, we need to create like a hardcore Iron Man squad and play RuneScape. It would be an interesting. Oh my god, dude, I'm getting pumped right now thinking about it.
Oh my god,
dude,
He's getting hyped.
I'm telling
ready,
you,
man.
that shit would be great, and we walk away with a great learning experience as well. Group Iron Man squad, yeah.
I've never played RuneScape.
It's good, Les. It's the kind of game that it is incredibly grindy, but again, like you said earlier, everything you do is working you toward that goal. Like you keep everything that you learn, and so and everything. There's like they also do a really good job of like everything as like stepping stones to the next set of gear, and so it's good, man. Maybe one day we might actually start in an Iron Man squad, and dude, that would be content. Who knows? We might bring Liam in there. Actually, I don't know if I ever want Liam to. I was asked this the other day if I would ever want my children to play RuneScape, but it's like you learn great lessons from it, but man, it's a game, man, that makes you distrust humanity when you know, like there's no other game I've ever played that has brought me to the lowest of lows in all of gaming. Not even Destiny, but it's also an experience I think everyone needs to experience once. All right, I've talked enough about RuneScape. Anything else we need to cover?
You talk about RuneScape like I talk about New Orleans.
Oh yeah.
No, I think we're good.
The Saints? Or are we talking just New Orleans in general?
Just New Orleans in general.
No,
Okay.
no,
Let's
in
say,
general.
man, there ain't nothing to talk about the Saints team. Right now.
Last thing
Hold
before we
up.
go. Last thing before we go.
Be careful.
Last, did you see the Battlefield gamer who people were saying cheated?
Yes.
Give it to me, Les.
It's all on my timeline.
Yeah, it's everywhere.
I've seen people,
Rapid fire take.
dude, I've seen people pull flicks like that in Valorant on a daily basis, and they are not cheating. It's not. If people like, I say this, I don't know if she's cheating. I just saw the clip. I'm like, that's not abnormal for someone who plays a game every day. You know, there are some really skilled FPS gamers out there, man, and you just watch them. Like, if anyone that thinks they're cheating, they need to just watch Tens in the Aim Labs place. The shit he does, I'm like, how? He is flicking his mouse and being so precise. It's insane. Like there are people who are just really good at games, and I don't think that was a cheater. You can tell if someone's cheating in almost any game because of movement. How is the person's movement? That's how I can tell when someone is cheating in Destiny. They're ball walking around, but they're hitting every freaking crit, hitting all their shots in the air. It's kind of sus.
I think one of the clips was the clip where she flicked into the, I don't know, it looked like it was like flicked into the mouth. You know what I mean? You know,
Yeah.
it's like, that's kind of like a dead giveaway. Like you. Now, I'm not saying that was happening because we have a radar, and so instinctually she could have just flicked in that direction of what was on the radar. You know what I mean? But that was like what people were sharing was that particular clip where it looked like it was aiming through the side of the mountain.
I only saw one where
will
like
say-
she jumped off the building and like just spray transferred perfectly. That's the clip that I saw. I don't know if it's a guy or girl, but it's like they were shooting it one way, and then like once they finished killing the guy, it went to the other person. But I've seen that happen, and people weren't cheating. I didn't see the one with the clip on the mountain shooting behind the wall. I didn't see that one.
Well, I just want to say, like, important context here. I mean, I've looked into this a bunch. obviously Riley was banned and then unbanned, and the Battlefield 6 devs on Twitter, they made it clear, like, we've reviewed this case. It's getting unbanned because they were banned due to reports of cheating.
Wow.
You know, I don't know if they have some bot that tends to just be overly like heavy on the ban, and they reversed the ban, and then some of the top Battlefield players were on Twitter all this week saying, yeah, look, like, apologies for jumping onto this train because you're not cheating. So I think it's just a case of skill, but it was suspicious for sure. I just think those games are a whole different beast. We don't see that in Destiny.
Well, from what I saw as far as like her Katie and everything for the beta, it definitely didn't scream cheater to me. I think she was rocking. Not saying like a 2 KD isn't good, but you know, cheaters be walking around.
Battlefield though?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Battlefield, you're constantly dying, I feel
you
like.
are constantly dying, but I mean, like 2, I wouldn't say 2 is cheating territory at all, even for Battlefield. But it was funny though, because the tweets, there was one guy who tweeted, he was like, I used to be a cheat developer, and I could tell you right now she's cheating. And then someone retweeted his tweet and was like, I used to make cheats too, and I can tell you right now she's not cheating. This has been a very polarizing topic now for the past week.
Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of it. I've seen both.
I keep seeing the clips and stuff, but like I've only seen that one clip. I just watched the video. I'm like, oh, okay, like it doesn't look anything crazy, but I didn't see the one where person shot through a wall. I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Because I've seen there's some top streamers, like I think one that top of my head that I've seen do that a ton was Symphony. I don't know if you guys know who that is, but he's like a Call of Duty streamer. He's done it a lot of times where he'll like spray transfer if someone's behind a wall and then like just kill him through the wall. But it's just game knowledge, map like awareness, and person was never cheating. So
yeah.
I don't know.
So
I trust
Battlefield's anti-cheat caught hundreds of thousands of people over the weekend, which does say that cheating's rampant. Very, very common. But also, I mean, it seems like they're doing case-by-case reviews, and you know, I think the developer has no interest in keeping someone like Riley around if they're actually cheating in the game. That's a bad look for the developer. So if the developers came out and said case review, there's no cheating, I think that's what you have to trust.
If you beat me, you're cheating. That's my rule. That's my rule. You beat me,
Les.
you're
honestly, cheating.
It's a beautiful rule.
I've kind of taken on that philosophy, man, in comp.
Wow, ego.
Like when I'm with Vince, bro, and like there's this person just 1v2ing me and him at the same time, like I feel like Cross right now. That person's cheating. Like I just
crazy.
I'm getting old, man. I'm getting worse at the game. All I got is to call people cheaters. Come on.
What we do. What we do.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody coming together this Friday. Are we going to be doing this every Friday, or are we doing it?
I'm down.
Fridays, I'm actually pretty chill for me. So, and that way we can let the 12 marinate.
Trials, Cross. How was Trials?
Dude, I didn't hardly kill anyone, dude. I played with Pure and Alex today, and oh my god, dude, I mean, everybody just died instantly. So, nutty gamers, man. But it's
working for things. Could be Cross.
But it's Javelin, so you know, it's gonna bring out all the PvPers for sure.
Yeah. Hopefully Solstice Ingrams tomorrow though, on a Saturday.
Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice. That's a huge reason why I didn't play today is after my one run, because there's just no Solstice Ingram. So.
Yeah, we made the video about the Trials machine gun, but I still need to get rolls of the SMG and the grenade launcher, so I'm like tied between both of these. I'm like, what do I want to do? So.
All right, guys. Well, GG's. Thank y'all so much. To everyone at the stream, thank you so much for tuning in to our first episode of Front to Back. We will see you all again next Friday.
Bye, guys. I mean, y'all. Ew. Bye, y'all.
Later.
Slap that like button like your mama told you right.
seems to know what it means.
Bind as in connect? Control?
It's a relatively simple assignment, this. I hope you won't be bored.
Just the opposite, Deborah. After dealing with the anomaly, time travel, and advanced metaphysics, a straightforward mission sounds refreshing.
simple assignment, this. I hope you won't be bored.
Just the opposite, Sandra. After dealing with the amount of time travel and advanced metaphysics, a straightforward mission sounds refreshing.
attention.
I take it you've been sitting in on the Vanguard briefings on the anomaly?
And if not in meetings, at home with Osiris. Vex this and 9 that. Too much warlock talk for a Titan. Recon is light in this sector. Be ready for anything. We're not meeting co-workers who hold you before you die, but anything else.
on this craziness with the Nine. I just hope she doesn't get lost out there, like Zavala did in the Traveler. He hasn't been the same since.
After your victory over the Witness, civilians have been volunteering in droves. Unfortunately, they're not battle-hardened enough to hold this sector yet, but they're looking to you for inspiration. Show them what a lone Guardian can do.
using darkness, Guardians are stronger than ever. More powerful than when we raised the city wall.
Hi there. Transfer. All done, all done. Ready to check? Give the world what you want to receive. Fenchurch does the exploring. I make the deals. Hello. Hello.
Your return honors me, Guardian.
What? Hi there. Acknowledged. Let's see. Remember, my friend, we are strongest together. Slain any gods lately? Any questions, dear? You remind me of someone I haven't seen for a long, long time. We've had quite the year, haven't we? I wish I could talk more, but I am working now after all.
Guardians are always welcome.
The Crucible beckons, Guardian. Will you answer? I know you're busy, Guardian, but the Crucible needs veterans now more than ever. Our work is unfinished, Guardian. What can I do?
This is not the Crucible. Not every place can be perfect.
relatively simple assignment, this. I hope you won't be bored.
Just the opposite there, Rip. After dealing with the amount of time travel and advanced metaphysics, a straightforward mission sounds refreshing.
someone making starters, I would. I am enjoying myself. I love the old. I don't love you anymore.
was it? Your famous guardian. If I could help you, it would be just... Slain any gods? The Traveler will see us through this. I have ideas already.
We're inserting you in hostile territory without backup. Stick to your objectives.
Don't worry, Sid. As long as no mind-bending deities show up, we'll be fine. add Kepler to that list now.
But that's what we signed up for. If people like the Guardian don't step up, those fires burn the whole system down. Comms are 5x5. You've got eyes, but nobody on deck. You're on your own.
Not so. The Guardian has heavy weapons and plenty of grenades. Oh, and Ghost.
Hey,
battle with the Witness. That leaves just Crow in Vanguard leadership. He did well against Fikrul, but he cannot be everywhere.
I'm so happy to see you. Oh. Talking with someone about everything that's happened, it's really helped. I recommend it.
Checking. Acknowledged. Check. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Hi again. Let's check. You must have messages. Ready and waiting. Ready? Let's check. You must have messages.
I never thought I'd live to see the darkness return. Let's get started. I love it. Why not? I do enjoy our visits. Give a little joy. Get a little joy. Beautiful views up here.